Oh, good morning, Sandy.
Hello, Dennis, and how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Well, it's not really morning, but this will be airing in the morning, so we'll pretend. So, good morning to all the South African ladies who are following us, and good afternoon to all the Aussies, and good evening to all the Kiwis. Great to
And
have you
Dennis, somewhere in the world it is 25 to 7.
somewhere. It's actually probably pretty close to the New Zealand time right now. Sandy, we're really excited to have you do a mini album in South Africa. You are very well known as the queen of mini albums from Queensborough.
Queen from
So yeah, so we're really excited to do this class with you. You'll obviously be using the Hip Hip Hooray collection, and then we also launched the mini album pack this month, and so Sandy's going to be using those two items. Sandy, I don't want to waffle on too long, but maybe you could just show the ladies what they're going to need for the class, or tell them what they're going to need so they can get that ready.
Sure, I'm just going to change my camera so they can see it. I've got it all set
Wait,
out.
before you change, that's quite an interesting setup you had there, hey?
There we go, I've changed it back.
Look at that workstation there. Are those all your Tsukunika inks I see on the side there?
No, all these here, I can actually take you there if you want to see it very quickly. It is a bit messy, but I have all my punches set out in front of me.
Gosh.
So if I need a punch, it's there. These are all my labels that I repeatedly use for mini albums. I hate wasting. So they like little plastic coated.
Oh, nice.
So that's there. And then I've got all my my brads and stuff undo, because one always needs that. And then these are just little bottles, like sweetie bottles. And they're full of flowers and stuff. So pretty much my setup's been custom made for me. And I've got hooks to hang bits and pieces. Yeah.
Very
so
cool.
It's pretty cool. It was customed. It was kitchen cupboards that we customized. So nice. Pretty cool.
So you don't really need to get up and move. You can just sit there.
No, I've got pretty much everything here. If I need to use my big guillotine, which is to my right, I do get up. And then I've also got a chair that's been raised because my work surface is higher than a regular. It's like closer to a kitchen counter height. Okay. So my chair, my brother-in-law modified it. So it looks like a big flying saucer going around the room. Anyway, I'll change over and I'll show you exactly what you need for the class. Right. Okay, ladies. So first of all, on my desk, I have got the mini album. So it's a really, really cool collection. Okay. And I took Juliet's advice and I did some sanding. Juliet, I don't know if I love sanding. I love the effect, but I don't know if I love it. But yeah. Then I've got my bulk pack. I've already opened my bulk pack because I've taken out some of the fussy cutting sheets. And in your bulk pack, you also got 2 pieces of craft paper, which we're going to use. And then obviously you've got your acetate sheets, and you've got your chippies, and you've also got your embellishment pack. So I'm just going to leave them in there to keep everything neat and tidy, because you're not going to use this part yet. I've done a lot of the fussy cutting already, and I've just popped it into this Miko just to keep it safe and all together, so that can go back in there and keep safe as well. And I'm going to pop this to the side. And then on my desk, I have printed out the notes, which you will be able to get in the link. I printed out all the notes and got them on my desk. It's more a cutting guide and what you're going to be needing along the way. So I'm just going to pop that next to me. And then most importantly, I've got the mini album blank on my desk because we're going to start with this. We need to make up the album before we can decorate it. I've got my basic tools on my desk as well. I've got a scoreboard. If you've got a small scoreboard, you can use that as well. This is only an 8x8 album, so you would get away with a little scoreboard if you've got one. I've got my Matima jig, which is one of my tools that I created during lockdown. It was a lockdown program. Dennis actually did help me get the artwork done. Thanks, Dennis. And yeah, we'll be using that later. So I've got that on my desk. Then I've got my 2 different tapes. I've got a 6mm tape and a 12mm tape. That's all we're going to be using for this album. I've got my scissors. I've got 2 pairs of scissors on my desk because I use one for glue only. and 1 is for fussy cutting. So if I need to cut any paper, I'll cut with this, but if it's got glue, it's red handle. Pop those to the side. Pencil in case I need to change the notes, in case there's an oops or something while we go in. And then I've got my ruler, and I'm working in inches today. My craft knife, and then for later, I've chosen a bunch of Sandi inks, which are in the notes. So there's sage, pink grapefruit, aspen mist, straw, and wheat. So I can pop those to the side. And then I think that's it. So I'm going to put this on the floor. And then just to quickly go through the notes with you, you'll notice at the start, right in the beginning of your notes, I've actually put a big inch guide. So basically what this is, it's an inch taken and broken up into smaller segments, just to show you how the inch works. So it's got 0, 1/8 of an inch, then 1/4 of an inch is the same as 2/8 of an inch, and then there's 3/8, and there's 1/2 an inch or 4/8 of an inch, 5/8, 3/4 or 6/8 of an inch, 7/8, and 1. And we won't go more than 8s. We won't be using the 16ths at all. We'll only stick with the 8ths of an inch. So just for equivalent fractions, 1/8, 1/4 is the same as 2/8, 1/2 is the same as 4/8, and 3/4 is the same as 6/8. Okay, so we've done that. Let's put that to the side. We're not going to use the
On behalf
notes
of my generation, I would like to thank you for that explanation.
Remember, I used to teach maths. So we're not going to be using the notes yet, because what we need to do is we need to make up our base album. So by making up the base album, we're just going to make the outside of the album, and we're going to do the pages. So that's it. We're starting off with that. Nice and easy.
So we're splitting this class into two days, right? So today we're just going to be making up the base and putting some flaps on.
That's it. We're going to make the base, and then we're going to put the flaps on.
And
so
then
we'll
tomorrow we'll do the decorating.
That's it. So today we'll start with the flaps, and tomorrow we'll do the decorating. So I'm just getting my pieces out, and I'm going to start with my spine, and I'm just going to pop 12mm tape. If you've got thicker tape, you're welcome to use thicker tape. I use a 12mm, and I put it right next to the edge. If you like to cut your tape, cut it. I like to use my knife. And what I do is I use double-sided tape. First of all, I do it on either side, right up against the edge, because that's going to hold the spine in place. And then I can come in and just put some strips of double-sided tape in. I like to put a fair coverage on the spine. And for those of you who are not too sure about using the tape, what I do is, if you have a look at my left index finger, I hold the tape down. You can see the tape is moving. Then I pull it in my right hand, pop it down, and then I just slide my left hand across, and that helps to just anchor the tape. This little space here is smaller than 1/2 an inch. So I'm just going to take one of my 1/4 inch tapes, do a 6mm tape, and I'm just going to pop a piece in there. So that's my spine covered. If you've got 1 inch or 3/4 inch tape, you're welcome to use it. Durban girls and the girls who live in humid climates, so I would say that's Brisbane as well, make sure you're using a good quality double-sided tape. The humidity, it does affect it. Once we've done that, Dennis is going to let me know when I can carry on. Okay, we're going to put tape all the way around the outside. And again, I try and line it up with the edge, right outside of the edge of the tape. Sorry, with the edge of the board, not the edge of the tape. That was a bit silly. So I go all the way around the edge. The red-handled scissors, because I'm cutting tape. And then I'm going to pop about 4 pieces of tape down the center. I don't like to use glue. I used glue on one the other day just to give it a try to make sure that I was telling you the right thing. And the glue just doesn't work anywhere near as well as the double-sided tape here. So you can, if you want to, put extra glue along here. I don't ever do it, but definitely the glue does work better than the tape. Sorry, the tape works better than the glue. Listen to me getting myself talking nonsense again. So you're going to be taping both of these. And if you like cutting with scissors, cut with scissors. I just like the clean cut that my knife gives, and I know that it's going to be right on the end, like level, and it's not got bits of tape sticking on. One of the things I always tell my ladies when they're making mini albums should be relaxing. It should be fun. It's not a race to see how quickly you can do it. Take your time and enjoy the process. So you're going to have something on your desk that looks like that. I think it's easy to see with the brown tape. The release paper on this tape is brown. It's easy to see where everything is. Sticks out quite nicely. Once you've done that, you can pop it to the side because we need to get out our white card that Dennis has already packed beautifully for you. And I'm just going to show you what I did. You saw that I love my poster. So what I've done is I've gone through, taken the cover page, and I've just marked what each piece is. So according to here, we've used the two pieces, marked A, this is B. Then C, we've got 8 pieces, and C is our pages. Okay, so I've just marked those. We don't need those yet. I'm popping those to the side. Then D, they're 2 7 3/4 by 7 3/4 pieces, and those are inner covers. So I've just marked them. They're in the pile that you've been given. D is your 20 centimeters by 20 or 8 by 8. Those are your inner covers. We don't need those just yet. And then E is your outer cover. It's 26 centimeters by 23 centimeters. So we're going to look for the 2 pieces marked E. Okay, so I'm just going to remove these and pop them on here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are not my inner covers. Just get them sorted before you start it. You start and then you won't make a mistake. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. The top of your pile is your insert. I'm just going to label them and pop them to the side because I don't need that yet. Right. And then if you open up your pack, you've got 2 little pieces, 1, 2. And if you need to, pick up your ruler and just check. They should be 8 inches by 8 inches. So those are your inner cover. So there's my little label. Just pop that, and I'm going to put them to the side. My outer cover is these 2 big bits. They are 10 1/4 by 9. So it's 9 by 10 1/4. So I'm just making sure that I'm marking them the correct way. See, so they're 10 1/4 inches going this way by 9 inches. So that's the way it needs to go. And then finally, I've got my hinge, which is 28 centimeters or 11 inches by 7 1/4 inches. Okay, so that's the big one, which I'm popping to the side. These G are all our flaps. I don't need those yet. So you're looking for the 2 outer covers, which is E, 26 centimeters by 23 centimeters or 10 1/4 inches by 9 inches. Okay, so now that you've found all your bits, do I need to give you a minute or 2 just to find them and label them? Because I will. Okay, you've got your bits labeled. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pop these two pieces. These are our outer covers. We're going to pop these together, and I've cut two teeny pieces of tape like that. And all I'm going to do with these two pieces of tape is just anchor this in place. It's anchored. So now what I can do, remove the release paper. And then I'm going to use my 1/2 inch tape just to join those two together. And chopped off. Got those done. Right, next up, I'm just going to pick up my piece marked B, and I'm going to mark the center, just top and bottom. It's just going to help with placement. If you feel that you are great at eyeballing stuff, you don't have to do this step. But I know there are a lot of ladies who like to try and get things as straight as possible, and they're often going. So I've marked it on the side I haven't taped, obviously because I'm going to be placing it, and I want to know that I'm lining it up with this middle line here. I can take all the release paper off. When you're doing minis as well, if it's the first one you're doing, just make sure you've got a bin next to you to get rid of all these bits. Otherwise, you're going to land up with a rubbish pile next to you. So I've removed all my release paper. There it is up there. And now I'm going to remove the release paper from where I've joined the two outer edges. Okay, and now I'm just going to place my ruler so that the 6-inch line is on the join. And I've got it 1/4 of an inch up, sorry, 1/2 an inch up. Just going to make sure that we've got enough top and bottom. Yeah, that's going to give me about 1/2 an inch. So I'm 1/2 an inch up, and I'm in the middle of my ruler. And now I'm going to take those two center lines that I had earlier. I'm going to line one up with the 6 and make sure the other one lines up with the top. Okay, so my two lines are in line with the join. So I kind of know I'm straight. Next, we're going to grab our 1/4 inch tape, our 6mm tape. Some little bits on here. And I'm going to pop a piece of 6mm tape on either side of my spine. This is going to give me the space I need to stop my spine from cracking too much. As soon as you go smaller than 6mm, you'll end up having a torn spine. So don't forget this step. You're doing a piece of tape on either side of your spine. So hopefully you can see it there. You can start removing the release paper from one of your covers. There's always got to be one little piece of tape that gives you grief and won't come off. Always one. Okay. Once you've released that, remove that release paper. Just using a ruler to help you. You're going to pop this next to the 6mm tape. Okay, so we've got a little bit around the edge that we can now tuck, which we'll fold in a little while. Removing the release paper from the second side. And we're going to pop this little guy up next to it as well. Once you've done that, I get rid of my ruler. I don't need it any longer. And I don't need the label. But you know what? I'm going to add it to my wall of labels because I'd rather reuse than throw it out. So our base album is starting to come together. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start taping. So we've only got a 1/2 inch here, which is going to work. And I want you to place tape along the edge. It only needs to be in line with the actual album because we're going to miter these corners. Pop them along. Get it on the edge of the page. And then we also got to put a bit down the side. I didn't show you my scoring tool earlier. I didn't have this one out. I just had the scoreboard, which has its own scoring tool. But I prefer this one. You can't get them, unfortunately, anymore. It has a nice sort of edge to it, so it gives a nice crisp score line. Just a little tip, if you've got something like this that's got a small edge, it probably will do the same. Okay, so something small like that. What we're going to do is we're just going to go around the edge. Just be careful that you don't tear your paper. You don't want to do that. And we're just going to score it. This is just going to help us with folding. And if you turn over, you should be able to see it's made like a little indentation, a little score mark. And it's just going to help with when we fold it. I'm not going to use my Martima jig, and I'm using the original one with the thicker piece here because this board is quite thick. So the rule is that when you miter through your intersection, you need to leave the gap there needs to be the thickness of your piece of board. So with my other Martima jig that's thinner at the bottom, it's not quite, it doesn't leave a big enough gap. So we're going to pop the Martima jig on and we're just going to cut through the intersection. So I'm leaving about a 2mm, almost a 3mm gap, but you can make it a little bit smaller if you want. You can make it about a 2 mil gap. But I'm just going to miter, chopping off these corners.
Sandy, for those of us who don't have a tool, could you just run it?
So if you don't have the tool, what you're going to do is you're just going to pick up your ruler and you're going to chop through the corner like so. Literally, you're cutting off a 45-degree. And you're going to leave. You're going to make sure that you leave at least 2 mil. You don't want to leave more than 2 mil, but you're going to leave approximately 2 mil. I think I've got just over an eighth of an inch. Okay, so you could just take your scissors. Because mine's a bit thicker than it needs to be, I could just cut through the corners.
And Sandy, there's quite a few stores, I think, in South Africa and even Australia that carry your
Yes,
miter.
there are. Yeah, there are a couple of stores. I think Michelle van Beek, Lara, Juliet, Bonita, and then Jenny has stock in Australia.
Yeah, and I think stores like A Place to Create, they've all got them in.
Yeah. Well, Jenny keeps in Australia, so if anybody wants from her, they can get from Jenny.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Okay, so we've mitered all our corners. Now what we're going to do is I'm just using my board, and I've just realized now that I've still got my whiteboard out. I should have changed to the blackboard. I'm just going to do just the top, the long top and the bottom. I'm just going to fold those in for now. Okay. So I folded them on my board. The next thing I'm going to do is remove the release paper from one side, just the one side, and using my board, it gives a nice crisp fold. Okay. And I'm going to use one of these just to press down. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same on the other side, but before I do this one, I'm just going to lift up 2 little zips. Just remove 2 little pieces of this tape, like so, just so I can get to it. Okay, so I've just created 2 little pieces that I can get to. And the only reason I do it this way, you could take this tape out already, or you could have taken it out already, but because of having animals and pet hair flying everywhere, it doesn't matter how much you clean, you always land up with cat hair or dog hair on something. So I just leave this until I'm ready to remove it when I need to remove it later. And now that I've done that, I'm going to remove the tape, and again, using my board and just taking a little bit of time, fold it over and press it down. And I'm just going to press that down. You could use your scoring tool as well to do it. Our 2 outers are done, the top and bottom are done. So now we're going to be folding in these little tucks, because you've got this excess that we don't want, but we're going to fold those. So using my scoring tool, I normally bring from the top, I bring down. Okay, so from there, I pull down, so it almost tucks it. And the bottom one here, I'm going to push up. So it just tucks it in. And then I'm going to flip it over. Always make it easy for yourself to work. I'm going to pull down. And this one, I'm going to push in. Okay, basically what that's done is it's taken it from being a straight line. Right, so there's your straight line where your page would have been. You've just tucked it in, top and bottom. You're doing that on all 4 of these. And then you're going to remove the paper, the release paper. And fold up. And don't stress too much if you've only got a little bit of paper, because we're going to pop an inner cover on and it's going to harden anyway. So as long as you've got enough to fold over, you'll be good. Remove the other one. Just give it a bit of pressure and make it neat. And if you find that your corners are a little bit off, you can also come in and just chop them. Okay, happy with those. We're going to pop this little baby to the side because next we're going to be working on our hinge. Where did I put the hinge?
Sandy, I will say this is where it starts getting quite satisfying making an album, when you start seeing it like the cover coming together.
They're very therapeutic.
It is.
Making albums is therapeutic because it follows a process, and you pretty much do the same process every time, but you do change it up a little bit. But yeah, so Dennis has done this so that you can actually pop this piece onto your scoreboard, pretty much like so, and then score using the tape, so you don't have to do any fancy measurements. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to place that right there, like so, and I'm going to follow his measurement. I don't know if you can see it. I'm hoping you can see it. Can you see the measurements? That I've got the measurements. Okay. So we're not measuring, we're just using this. I'm going to start off with my first score line. Then I'm going to my second score line. And my third score line. All right, so all I'm doing is I've just got this on here. Then I've got the next hinge coming through. Dennis, I think there's some girls who will love you that they don't have to actually physically find the measurements. Okay. Right, that was easy. If you want to, you can pop that to the side and you can just go through your measurements. Just make sure you've got your score lines really nicely scored. And remember to hold your page so that it fits in this right angle here, so it keeps everything straight. For those girls who want to measure, you basically got 1/2 inch hinges, and then you've got a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got a gap of 3/4 of an inch.
Sandy, the reason we actually put that measurement there on the cover is, yeah, for people who use metric, and working all these these inch measurements was hectically confusing. So
Yep, and also it's really it is quite confusing because you started at 2 1/8 of an inch, so it made it just that much more difficult.
Yes.
You'd be working all in 1/8 of an inches, and I know with all the ladies they're quite pretty much okay with 1/2 quarters, 3/4, but when it comes to 1/8, it's a problem. Right, so that's the front of my hinge. I'm just going to flip it over and I'm going to show you how we're going to join it. And whenever I do this, I always show the girls using I write on my hinge so you can see it. So this over here, can you see that, Dennis? Can you see the red? No. Okay, I'll tell you the color that the girls always can see, and it's the most ridiculous thing is they always seem to be able to see gold. Can you see the gold? No. Okay, plan C. Can you see black? Okay, okay, I don't want to write on my gusset because this is going to come through. Well, no, it won't. Okay, so there's my first hinge. This is going to be my gusset. Right, here's my second hinge, and this is my gusset. This is my third hinge, and my gusset. And this is my fourth hinge.
Okay, Sandy, for us uneducated people out there, me, what the heck is a gusset?
All right, so that basically, there's a hinge, there's a hinge, there's a hinge, there's a hinge. Your gusset, just open this little guy and then you can see it. Your gusset is this thing. Okay, so the piece between, that is your gusset. Right. So I think it explains quite well by doing it this way what we actually are going to achieve. We're going to put tape just on one of each of the pairs. That's it. We're going to start off with tape on one each. So I've got my 12mm tape. When you put your tape on, your 1/2 inch tape, 12mm tape, when you put it on, make sure that you keep between the score line. I've just put it on the wrong side. It doesn't really matter which one you do, but I'd already starred the one. So I'm just going to cut this, try and cut this straight. I don't cut straight. I'm really bad at cutting straight. Even the album fainted because it heard me say I don't cut straight. Okay, so I'm going to pop that in between like so. And then you need to be really, really precise when you cut the tape. So it's fitting directly in between. Otherwise, you're going to have bits of tape sticking off and it's going to look awful. So make sure it's between the two edges and it's neat. Look, this is quite nice because you can see the brown release tape against the white. Okay, so I've just got the 4 pieces of tape, and I like to tape before I start folding. The reason being is once you start folding, it starts getting confusing. You've got a million folds all over the place and you have no idea what you're doing. So if you do it this way, it's just going to help you to get a system in place that works. Right, so I've taped everything. I'm now going to join these two. So the 2 number 4s together. I always fold them first and make sure that everything is straight. So fold it over. Okay. Once I'm happy with it, I can remove the release tape and fold it down. And then I can put my fingers in and just fold it back. And look, we have our first hinge appearing. So this hinge system is called a hidden hinge. Okay. We're going to do the same with number 3. So join the 2 number 3s together. Fold it back. And there's our second hinge appearing. There it is there. Got 2 hinges coming through, 1 and 2. We're going to do exactly the same and join these 2 together. Definitely I've got something a little bit crooked here. So I'm just straightening it as I go. And that's one of the things I always tell the girls. As you're going, if you've got something that's slightly off or slightly crooked, straighten it as you go. Fix it in the beginning, because once it's stuck in your album, you can't fix it. Fold it back. And finally, number 1. Right. We now have got all our gussets together. And flipping over, you should have something that looks like that. If yours looks like that, it doesn't matter. It's okay if one is going the wrong way. But ideally, we should have all 4 hinges facing one way, the same way. Not a train smash though, because we're going to put it down and we're going to fold them all back anyway, so that our pages can attach to them.
So I must say, this is probably like the most complicated part of this album. Like,
Oh, it is.
I don't know if it's just me, but that's how
No, it is. It's the most difficult, and this is a simple hinge. This is like probably after a Stack the Deck hinge, which the last mini album, Celebr8 mini album was. This is probably the second easiest. They start getting quite a lot harder. Yeah. Okay. Yay, Dennis has got it. I'm going to flip my hinge. So I've got gusset facing me. I've got this is the back of my hinge. And this now is where you can bring in your 3/4 inch tape if you want to. If you want to use the thicker tape, I've got one here somewhere. Got thicker tape. But what I always do, always, is I start off in the center with 1/2 inch tape. So because it's the 4 hinges, I'm just going to go close to the middle, and I'm going to put 2. And you want the back of this hinge coated. You don't want any gap. This hinge is going to hold your entire album. It's holding the entire album onto the covers. So don't scrimp with your tape, and don't use cheap tape, please, because otherwise you're just going to be throwing money away, because that hinge is going to come off in 2 shakes of a nanny goat's left leg. Right, so I've got at least 4 pieces of my 12mm, my 1/2 inch tape. I'm going to put a 5th one there, and then I'm going to be super lazy, and I am going to come in with 3/4 inch tape just to make it a bit quicker. But if you don't have 3/4 inch, just keep plodding on with your 1/2 inch tape, and make sure your tape doesn't go over the edge. It must stay on the paper. You mustn't have any little bits. If you have little bits, those little bits are going to stick out, and you don't want that. Right, the whole back of my hinge is covered. I think it's just from living in Durban. I'm a little bit overkill with stuff like this because the humidity here is crazy. Back of our hinge is complete. So we're flipping it over and we're going to be working on the front of our hinge. And I do everything out of the album. It's much easier to work on it now than to stick it in the album and then start working on it. So I'm picking up my 6mm, my 1/4 inch tape. And the reason I'm using 1/4 inch and not 1/2 inch is because these hinges are only 1/2 inch. So I'm going to pick up my 6mm tape, my 1/4 inch. And I'm going to pop tape near the top of that hinge, so near the place where it's folded, and then I'm going to put a piece back in front. And I'm actually cutting it. Normally when I do this step, I normally just kind of pull it over and don't cut the tape up, pull it back on the other side. But for this hinge, we need to cut it, and you'll see why shortly. You always have it start hard. I have to like remind myself to stop and cut the tape. So my hinge looks like that on the one side, and I flip it the other side, it's exactly the same.
Sandy, I'm
Okay,
using
that-
tape that's got white backing, which makes it quite complicated. I'll definitely be
And you
getting
can't-
brown backing tape.
Yeah, it's hard to see, much harder to see. Okay, so my hinge is prepped. Everything is prepped. I'm ready to anchor my hinge onto my album. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove these now. See how easy those were because I had those two little pieces there. Just remove the tape, pop it in the bin. And then you can measure. So when I say measure, you can measure here. This is roughly 3/4 of an inch. So you're going to find the halfway. If you use your ruler, I'm going to just put a little midway mark there. If you know how to use your centering ruler. So I'm looking to make sure that I've got the same number. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 8, and then I'm just centering it so that the 0 is in the middle. So I've just used a little pencil mark. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I know that the center of my hinge is going to fit in the center where I've joined these. Remember, we fitted that we made sure the middle of the spine was in the middle. We're using those two marks as our middle to line up with these two little, see, I've got little teeny weeny little pencil marks. Right, we're not taking all this backing off because that's way too stressful. What we are going to do is we're going to remove the two pieces from the center. You can choose which two. I'm going to remove those two. So that's it. That's all I'm removing for now. I'll never forget making my first album, and it was like type notes with some photographs, and the lady removed everything off the back, and I'm sitting there going, can't get this done. It's so sticky. So this is the way I do it, and it seems to work pretty well. It now gives me a chance, because I've only removed those bits of tape in the middle, it gives me a chance to now line it up. Okay, it's lined up down this side, and I've lined my markup down up there, and now I can stick it. This is stuck. It's not going anywhere. Look, it's stuck. It's beautiful. I can now just fold this back, remove that piece of tape. Okay, so I've got a fair bit stuck down. I can fold it this way, and I can remove all the release tape from this side. And then I'm going to turn this over. So I'm turning it around because I want to work on this, on it so that it's easy for me to work on. I don't want to be trying to get it off my left-hand side. And I can remove all the release paper from here. Pop that down. Give it a good old push down. And then once you've done that, if you just pop your thumbs next to it like so, you can fold, and the same on the other side. And I use the back of my scoring tool. Please be careful. You do not want to tear this. Just use your back of your scoring tool, nice and flat, like so. So that you can fold and it will join. Those tape will, two pieces of tape you've got there will join together. And you've done the outside of your album. So you can give yourself a pat on your back. You've done the outside and the hinge. So you've probably got the hardest part of your album sorted. Done.
That is
Yay!
very cool, and I've done it. Very
And it
impressive.
was easy. Okay, so for now we can pop this to the side and you can take a deep breath because we're going to start on the pages. So you'll need, actually no, let's not start on the pages yet. Let's pop the inner covers on first. And these, if you want to, you can stick them down or you can tape them down.
What were those? What was your tag on that number?
It in a cover. In a cover, so you got two pieces, they're 7 3/4 by 7 3/4 inches or 20 by 20 centimeters. And these you can either stick.
Yes, D.
You can either stick them down or you can tape them down. I'm always super lazy. I've done enough taping by the time I get to this part. So I like to stick with glue. And all I'm going to do, I don't know why I turned that over because it's white and it's exactly the same on both sides. All they have is die hard. I'm going to put a fair bit of glue around the edges. And I'm just using this Couture Creations.
Can I use Tombow?
You can use Tombow, you can use whatever makes your heart happy. And you're just going to pop that down.
It's only because I've got Tombow that I'm asking.
I've got Tombow as well. There's my Tombow. I have a Tombow that way and I have a Tombow that way so that I can use it from both sides. How silly is that? Okay, so if you want to, you can tape these and stick them down like we did in the beginning, you know, on the hardboard covers. But it works this way. And generally, by the time I get to this part, I'm over with taping so much, and we still got a bit more taping to do. So it's like take a little breath from taping. Don't put your glue too close to the edge because it will squish out. And once you've done that, you can pop it to the side because we're going to work on our pages. If you find you're getting little marks, like I've got a little mark on mine, just pick up your eraser and you can rub out any marks that are there. It does come off. Okay, so we pop that to the side. We need our pages, which is C, mark C, and there should be 8 of them. Then it's so much easier just to put a little mark on when you open your pack, so you know where everything is when you start. So they're 8 inches by 7.5 inches, and you're going to need your scoreboard. And make sure you put them up the correct way. So we're working with the 1/8 side along the top. Make sure you've got your page pushed into the corner, and you're going to score these, each of these at 7.5, all 8 of them. The 7.5 on the 1/8 side. 1/8 side meaning that the page takes up 8 inches. Done? So quick.
Sandy, just a side note here quickly. So this mini album is cut to millimeters or centimeters in metric. So the inch size might vary slightly to accommodate that, but it doesn't affect the album.
No, it doesn't affect the album at all. Yeah. Okay, so we've marked them. We're going to go through. So I don't know if you notice, as I scored, I popped them flat. So I've got the little dippy side is up, not the for the score, because it's going to fold like so. Okay. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to place 1/2 inch tape, your double-sided tape, your 12mm 1/2 inch. I'm going to place it as close to that score line as possible. Don't want to go over the score line. We want to place it as close to the score line as possible. We need to do all 8 of those exactly the same. And your score line is just slightly bigger. You'll see it's slightly bigger than your 1/2 inch tape. So the girls who normally do like work in inches, that's where the millimeter inch difference will come through. So don't stress if you've got a little bit extra on your flap. It's not a problem at all. I'm neaten up our workspace. Okay, and once you've done that, we're going to miter the corners. So just from the score line in, we're just going to take off a teeny bit. And what this is going to do is it's going to stop us. If we fold this over and we don't miter, we're going to see this folded piece sticking out. It's going to look ugly. So it's just a small miter, and I generally put my scissors into that score line. You can kind of feel it. And then just a small miter in. And these are like all little tips and tricks that help you to get a really nice finish on your album. And be careful when you finish with these. Just pick them up because I'm telling you, they stick like you don't even want to know. And you find them all over the show. They're like sneaky little things. When you're done with mastering, you can just fold and burnish. So burnish is just a fancy name for press down. So you're just going to fold them all so that they've got from there. What I find with using like anything sort of bigger than 6 inches, I normally take it to the edge of my desk. I don't know if you can see there. And I use the edge of my desk to help me fold.
Sorry, Sandy, are you folding the tape sort of in or? Okay.
I'm folding the tape inwards. So there's your page. This is going to be folded inwards. Okay, so there's your page. Your tape is folded that way. So you can see the tape when you flip it over. There they are there. They're all my pieces. Right, and we're going to pop those to the side. Janice has got coffee. That's not fair.
I have Erin in the other room. She just made me a cup.
Erin, I also want a cup. I'll have to ask God to make me a cup. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to join 2 of these little guys together. So you're going to have your glue bits on this side of this one and the glue bits on that side of one. Okay, I don't know if you can, so kind of like that, they're going to come together. All right, and I'm going to show you how to do them to take the stress and strain out of doing it, because this is another part that also can like do one's head in and you can't get them straight and you struggle. Right, so what I'm doing is I'm just going to line it up on my desk.
You made a little zip thing down there.
I've made a little zip just down the bottom. When I'm happy, I'm going to remove that zip. Okay, so all I've done is I've joined those 2 together. It can't move now. So what I can do is now make a little zip on this side and keeping my hand flat, and don't push too hard with your left hand because you'll break the tape. I can just remove the tape. Okay, and there's my perfectly formed page. No stress, no pressure. Can pop it there. We can do the next ones, the next 2. Okay, little zip, And again, if you're lefty, make it so that your zip, you're working on your left-hand side. Don't try and work, you know, we want everybody to be comfortable and happy and making easy albums. Okay, I've lined up. Once I've lined it up, I've just pressed down that corner, gently move the tape and push down, flip it around and upside down. And remove. Second one done. And they all look beautiful. They've all been guillotined beautifully, so they're working beautifully. When I was doing the original one, Dennis, when I was playing with the first one that you sent, I thought I would do both sides together, but it didn't work so well. So it's much easier to take a little bit, maybe 5 minutes longer, and line them up perfectly and do one side at a time. Okay, my 4 pages are made. So easy and quick. And we nearly finished our base album.
Okay, just give us
We're
a few
just going to be
seconds, or
adding
at least give me a few seconds. Yeah, I'm still on.
No, I'm going to give you some, but we are so close to having our base album finished, and it hasn't taken too long, has it? Definitely having the album pre-cut for you makes it so much quicker and easier. You ready?
Yep, I've caught up.
Fantastic. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add our pages. So I'm going to show you another technique on how to add pages to take away the stress and the pressure. And we have got our tape on one side. We don't really need to do it so much with this album because we know the page is slightly bigger than the hinge. So I'm just popping mine on to make sure that I've got a nice level and everything looks great. Okay, so once I've done that, I'm going to remove only the top piece of tape. I'm not taking tape off both sides. I'm just taking the top piece off, and then I'm literally going to put a thin smear of Tombow. And don't go and use the green Tombow or another like glue, something like this that sets quickly. You want this blue Tombow because it's really liquidy. I think you might get away with the clear tacky glue because it also takes a while to.
Sorry, because it's white, it's just a bit hard to see. Where did you put that glue? On top of?
Put the Tombow directly on top of my double-sided tape.
Oh,
And
on the
all
double
that's
side.
gonna do-
Okay.
Yep, all that's going to do is it's going to give me some time to position and to wiggle my page in place. I don't want to push the page down right down to the edge here. If you push it down, it's not going to flap nicely. So just give yourself a mil or two when you push it down. Okay, so that's the first page in. Don't worry about the tape on the back. We're going to come and take those off. So if you need to watch another one, here's another one. I'm removing the release paper, picking up my blue Tombow and just putting a thin smear of Tombow on top of the tape. And then most importantly now, you're going to add this page Okay, and I'll roughly grab it in the center with my left index finger and line it up. You see over here, I'm lining it up. Once I've lined it up and I'm happy with it, I can stick it down. All right, same again with the third one. Remove the release tape. Little bit of glue, not too much. Don't go overboard with the glue. You just want a thin smear of glue, which isn't why you use this end of the Tombow. Pick up your page, give yourself a minute or two. And then line it up. Make sure it's lined up with the back pages. You don't want to open your album and you've got all these higgledy-piggledy pages. Okay. Remove the release paper. Thin smear of Tombow. Put my Tombow away now because I'm not going to be using it again. Line up my page. Because I've got that little bit of wiggle room with the Tombow. And stick down. Okay, so those are our 4 pages stuck in, but only stuck in at the front. And I'm going to show you what to do next. Okay, so we only have got the front of each page stuck down. Done. Right, so we're going to flip them over to the back. And if you just put your craft knife in, you can remove that piece of release paper super easily. And if you have made a mistake and you've had to undo or pull your page off, you haven't had to pull the page off on both sides of your hinge and wreck your hinge. So this is just super quick, super easy, takes all the stress and pressure out of building a hidden hinge system. And that's your base album complete. Give yourself a clap on your back, a little pat on your back. Okay, see Dennis is almost done there. I think he's done. So we're going to have a look now because you're picking up your piece marked F, which is your 4 inserts. They're 7 inches by 7 inches, 18 centimeters by 18 centimeters. And you're just going to pop them in the end of each page. You don't want to lose them. So let's just pop them there, then they're safe. So there's 1 inside each of your pocket pages. Pocket pages because obviously they've now created a pocket. So your base album is finished. It's done. You can pop it to the side because we're going to be working on the flaps next. So you'll need your pack mark G. Dennis, can we have a 1-second break to get a coffee, please? Okay, so we finished the base album and now we're going to be working on the flaps. Now for my class, obviously you're going to be following along in my notes. Here are my notes. You can pick up the notes and you could have actually pre-cut everything if you wanted to. So for my class, you need to follow along, otherwise it's not going to work. But for future, if you want to make this little mini album yourself, you can then take the 10 sheets, 10 sheets of G, and you can do what you want. You could personalize your own album. So that's the beauty of this little album. It's really, really great. It's versatile. You've seen how easy it is to make. So yeah, let's go ahead and we're going to do all the cutting. So I'm taking my piece, the flaps off, and I'm just going to pop my pieces to the side. And then remember when I showed you my workspace just now, I've got all my little labels all cut. I'm hoping I can find them, because what we're going to do, I've got my small guillotine, which is not going to work. Sorry, I just need to switch over. That small guillotine does not do bigger than 6 inches. So got the big one out, and we're just going to cut everything. Right, so A1, first piece we're cutting is A1, and we are cutting these from, sorry, not from the white, but we actually are cutting them from the 2 pieces of craft that you were given. So you need to get your 2 pieces of craft out. Now, normally, if I was making this album for myself, I would use the big guillotine and cut the 2 together so they're exactly the same size. But for this video, obviously, I'm going to show you on the smaller guillotine, and you'll see that I cut them slightly bigger than what Dennis did. Yeah, they're actually going to go on the front and the back of this album. We're going to cut to 7 7/8. So if you're wondering, remember I gave you this. If you're wondering where the 7/8 is, it's the line just before the 8-inch. So look for the 8-inch, and it's one of those lines. So 7 7/8 are 7 7/8. Don't get rid of these. You're going to use these later. So keep all your offcuts. I've used every little stitch of paper. Just pop these to the side. That's our first one done. And we're doing our second one. And we're going to do some stencil work on these. 7 7/8. 7 7/8. Okay. And I've got my little mark, and I'm going to mark these, my little sticker. Calling them A1, and I'm just popping them face down, starting a pile, and I'm going to add the pile face down next to me. So on your notes, you can pick up your notes, and you've got a little checkbox, and you can go tick, you've done it. Flipping over to page 2. And I want you to just have a peek that this is 8.5 inches. So when I ask you to cut 8.5 inches by 4.5 inches, it's already 8.5 inches. So we need to pop it this way and cut to 4.5 inches. So we're going to label it correctly. It's 8.5 inches by 4.5 inches. And we're going to call that little guy A2 and face down on our pile. Please just read your notes really, really, really carefully, because you'll see that on your notes as well, I ask you to cut from craft. Now, if you have a peek here, if you look at these, they already measure pretty close to 4.25. And if I measure this one, it's the same. So they're pretty close to 4.25 by 4.25, and you're just going to cut these 2 down to 7. And you've got 2 of them. So 4¼ or close to 4¼ by 7, and you're going to call these little guys A3. And I can't find my A3 label, so I'll have to make a new label a little bit later. Right. If I can't find them, just write A3 in the corner. Next up, we're going to be working on page Gatefold on page 1. And we are going to cut these to 4¼ We've got 2 of them. We're cutting 2 of them. 4¼ by 7½. Two of these little guys, 4¼ by 7½, and we're labeling them B, popping them on our pile. For page 2, we're cutting a belly band. So we're just going to take one of these offcuts that we had left over here that we haven't used. We're going to cut it down to 3 inches, and it's already 8½ inches. So we're going to call that one C. And I'm just marking off as I go. This is C. Labeling it the correct way, 3 by 8½, and popping it in my pile. Right. Next, we're taking 2 clean sheets. We're going to be working with 2 clean ones. I think there's 2 clean ones that we need because these are, yep. So we're going to cut these for number D. We're going to cut these to 7½. Cutting it to 7½. And then I'm cutting it to, sorry, just be careful, don't cut it to 7½. Sorry. It is 7½ one way. So what you're going to do is you're not cutting it to 7½. This way is already 7½. Sorry, don't cut it. So you're going to cut it to 4, 7½ by 4. You're just going to cut 1 sheet to 4. Okay. And we're going to need to cut 1 more. So I'm going to take that sheet that I cut just now, that I shouldn't have, and I'm going to cut it to 4. And we're going to call this one D. I can't find my D. It's going to have to be called D1.
So it was 3 of those in total, hey?
There were 3 of those in total. Okay. Can we just pause for 1 sec, please, Dennis? Okay, next we're going to be cutting E1. If you picked it out of your pile, that's your waste pile, nothing goes to waste. You should be able to find one that measures 3½ by 7½ inches. And we're going to call that one E1. Okay, so it's 3½ by 7½ inches. And we can pop that on our pile. For E2, remember we had those pieces of craft that were left? and it was just there about 4¼ inches. We're going to pick up one of those and we're going to cut it in half, and we're going to make it 6 inches. And those are going to be 2 little inserts we are going to call E2. I should have cleaned up my labels before I started, because that would have been great. Okay, E2. And we can put that on the pile. Okay. Flipping over onto page 5, we want a piece that we're going to label F, which is 8.5 by 7.5. We're not doing anything to it. We're just going to label it F. Mine's going to be labeled F1 because I can't seem to see my F. Okay, pop that on your pile. Your next one is G, and there are 7 inch. It's going to be 7.5 inches. It's going to be 7 by 7.5 inches. So just checking 7.5, and we're going to cut them, 2 of them, to 7 inches. Okay, and this is G. You're going to label this one G. Definitely going to sort this out as soon as I finished videoing here. Okay, so they're 7 by 7.5. Then that other piece of craft that you have left, again, it's 4.25. You cut on that one to 8.5. And this one we're going to call H1. Oh, there it is there. Just checking for my offcuts here quickly, because we need to cut H2. Let's give me one moment just to get my head around it, because I know that it fits. Right, we're going to cut. We're going to cut it first on the 8.5 inches. We're going to cut to 4 inches. Okay, so we've cut one page. We've cut it into 2 4-inch sections. Now we're going to turn it, and we're going to cut it to 3.5 inches. 2 3.5 inch pieces from each. Okay, and that's going to be your little waterfall. So that's going to be H2. It is there. I'm just going to be picking up my pieces here because I need a 2 3/4. And a 2 3/4. And we're going to make 2 of these. We kept cutting them to 7.5 inches. and we're calling this I. I'm just busy looking for I. There's something. And then finally, we've got J, which is 7.5, 7.5 by 8.5, and we're going to call this little guy J. There it is there. And that's our pile of cutting done. So you should have a nice little pile, and you should have not too much left in your pile. So you can get rid of your guillotine. And we can start scoring. Have you got time to score, Dennis? I don't think so. Not sure. Okay, so let's do the scoring quickly. We'll see how far we can get before the dreaded load shedding kicks in. We go back to our notes because your scoring guide is there as well. So you've got A1 and A2. We don't need to do anything to them. A2, we're going to turn into a pocket. So we're going to score at a 1/2 inch and at 8 inches. We're going to turn it 90 degrees and we're going to score at 4 inches. So that's A2 done. We don't need to do anything to A3, so they can join our pile. We need to score on B. So you're going to just score at a 1/2 inch. You can either score at 1/2 inch or at 3 3/4 inches. It will work the same. So either 1/2 inch, 3 3/4 inches on your 2 pieces marked B. C is our belly band. We're going to score at a 1/2 inch and 8 inches. So just at a 1/2 inch and 8 inches. D, we're popping them on our scoreboard and we're going to score at a 1/2 inch on all 3 of them. So just pop them up to your 7.5 inches along the top. And we're scoring all 3 of them at 1/2 inch. E is a little pocket. So we're putting the 7.5 inch up and we're scoring at a 1/2 inch and 7 inches. And then we're just turning it 90 degrees and we're going to score it at 3 inches. A nice, easy score mark. E2, we're not doing anything with. F, we're popping the 8.5 inch side up. We're scoring at 1/2 inch and 4.5 inches. So just at 1/2 inch and 4.5 inches, popping that down. G, we're popping the 7.5 inch up and we're scoring at 7 inches or at 1/2 inch, either at 1/2 inch or at 7 inches. It's still going to give you a 1/2 inch turnover. We're nearly there. We're almost beating the load shedding. H, you're popping our 8.5 inch side up, and we're scoring at the 1/2 inch and at 8 inches. And the little H2s, you're popping on the 4.5, sorry, you're popping the 4 inch side up, and you're scoring at 3.5 inches. You're popping 2 3/4 side on your scoreboard. Me scoring at a 1/2 inch on the 2 3/4 inch side. And J, you're going to squeeze it in before they turn the power off. We're going to score at 1/2 inch and at 8 inches. You're turning 90 degrees, and we're scoring at 7 inches on a 7.5 inch side. And that's our cutting and our scoring done, and we've beaten Eskom. Yay!
Well, thank you very much, Sandy. So this is obviously day one. Tomorrow we'll come and finish off the album. So that
We
was,
shall indeed.
that's exciting. I think I'm going to go and just admire what we've done so far.
Admire your handiwork.
There we go. Okay, Sandy, so we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And
Same
thank you
time,
very
same
much.
place.
Cool.
Thanks, Dana.
Cheers, eh?
Cheers.
Hello, Sandy. We're back again for day 2 of your mini album.
That's super exciting. So let's hope we can get it finished, so that you don't spend all your day doing mini albums. We're going to try and do it a little bit quickly, I think.
There we go. And I mean, look at us. We're even wearing the same clothes today as yesterday.
I know, shame. We must be struggling. Must be load shedding and water shedding.
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, we're excited to put this together. The blank is looking pretty cool. I've done mine. How cool is
I'm
that?
very impressed.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed
too. And I've got all the little pieces scored. So,
and I hope you learned a few new tricks along the way as well while you were putting that together.
well, to learn new tricks, I would have to have made many albums in the past, but which is not the case. But we're getting there. It's a lot of fun. It's actually quite therapeutic making it.
It's very therapeutic. It is very therapeutic, and it's quite nice when you see your album like you've made that. It's really cool to like look and think, I made that.
Yeah,
and it's really good. Yeah, and then I know a lot of people say to you or say to me, they won't say to you because you don't make lots of albums, but they say to me, but now where did you buy the base album from? And I say to them, I didn't buy it, I made it. No, but you must have bought the base. No, I made it. It's made, it's handmade. So it's really cool.
it is.
So when you're ready, I'm ready to carry on.
Okay, don't you want to just tell us what we must have on our station? We must get out.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to change my camera so you can see what I've got?
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Right, so on my desk at the moment, all I've got is my notes. I've got those on my left-hand side. You can put them wherever it makes you happy. And then on my actual desk, I have just got the pages that we scored. We're going to be working a little bit later. We're going to be working with the actual paper. So I like to organize myself. So I'm just showing you how I've got myself organized. I've got all my sheets ready. So I've taken out all the fussy cutting sheets. And when I did this one, because I'm not using the months of the year, I've cut it really carefully so that I can use this side because I really love this piece of paper. It's like really gorgeous, and I had to have it somewhere in the album. So I've got all my other paper, other than the fussy cutting stuff. I've got that set aside. And then I don't normally organize it as as much detail as I've done now, but I've actually fussy cut. I put all the little banners together so I can find them easily. I've got all the little cakes cut, all the little presents, and I've punched all the circles, and then I fussy cut the front sheet with all the little creatures on. I've got all my balloons and my banners, so that I can get to them easily, and then all my little word elements. Okay, otherwise it lands up being all over my desk, and yeah. Then I've left these 2 pages in my bulk, in the meter for my bulk pack with my other bits and pieces. And I've used those on another project, so they haven't gone to waste. Okay, so let's get going. We're going to be adding our double-sided tape now onto our flaps. So A1, nothing happens to it. I do want to do, well, I was quite keen to do a bit of stencil work on here, but I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm just going to pop that down, face down, and then I'm going to start working through the pages. And it might help you, before I do that, to just quickly flip through the album so that it reminds you of what we're doing. So we're going to be doing this pocket. We're going to add the pocket. Then we're going to add these 2 little flaps. Okay. Then flipping over, we're going to add the belly band. And even though I've covered the paper, we're not going to add that until the end. We don't need to. We're going to be adding, I'm going to be making this little stacked, I call it a stacked waterfall. We're going to be making it, but we won't attach it to the actual album because we need to put the base page down first, the base mat. We're going to make the pocket as well. And again, we won't attach it because we need to put our little base mat down. And then we're going to do our little fold out, which we can attach. And we're going to do our top and bottom flap, which we can add now. We're going to do our belly band. And then flipping over, we're going to add this little one. Now, when I did the original, I've got 3 of these. We are actually only going to be adding 2. So we're going to have that layer and that layer. We're not going to have this middle one. And then we can add the pockets at the back there. So let's get those all prepped. I've got my A2. And the beauty of doing an 8x8 mini album is that you can switch around the pages. So I've put the pocket this way.
And what you doing? What are we doing?
Okay, so we're adding. I'm quickly putting the tape on so I can show you. We are taping in the 1/2-inch section created by the score line. So all I'm doing is I've placed my score liners there so I can still see my score line, and I'm putting tape to the outside of the score line. You'll notice that I haven't put tape in the corners. I'm going to chop those off. I'm going to miter them. So yeah, the beauty of doing an 8x8 mini album is if you decide that you don't want your pocket to go that way, you want it to go that way, you can just turn it because it's going to work. You've got square pages, so you can alter. If your pictures or your photos that you've got are, say, a portrait, and I've given you a landscape element, you can just turn it so it works with your photos. So that's the beauty of having a square album. Okay, so we've got tape, tape, and tape. We're going to, I like to flip it over because then I can see where I'm working. And we're going to miter the top 2 corners, like so. Okay, so we've just mitered there. And what that's going to do is when we fold it in, it's going to stop us from seeing that piece stick out. So there's our 2 miters. Then this section here, we're going to miter as well. Now I can use my miter magic, but I'm going to show you both ways. I have a little right angle there, which I'm going to pop on the score lines with the where it intersects, where the lines come together, is going to be on the intersecting lines, and then I can just pretty much cut through like so. If you don't have a marker magic, you can just pick up your ruler, and if you're using your metal edge ruler, pop your metal edge ruler and cut through like that, or you can use scissors. It's going to do exactly the same. So once you've done that, we can fold in. I see this, and this one is a little bit too far out, so I'm just going to cut it again. You pretty much want to go through the intersection. I do find that I struggle a bit with white cardstock. I'm able to see the intersection. So this one I've done a bit far away, but I'm not too stressed about that. You won't notice it. And remember, if these are handmade, if you want something, I always tell the ladies, if you want something to be absolutely perfect, get a robot or something to make it for you. Okay, there's A2 is ready. It's good to go. We've got our pocket. We've got our pieces folded in, ready to stick down. And the reason we do this is so that we can use the entire pocket. If you do the simple method, which I actually use, where you just stick tape down the inside, you can't use the whole area, and also you can't put anything terribly thick in. This way, it will allow you to put quite a few things in. So A2, that's what it looks like on the back. That's what it looks like on the front. We can pop it down. A3 are just the inserts. We're going to make these into tags. We don't need those, so we can pop them down. You need your pieces that you've marked to B. And these, again, we're just putting a piece of tape in the 1/2 inch section created by the score line on the right side. So the beauty about using this paper is there isn't really a right or a wrong side. So you're going to choose to put it on one side. Try and be neat. Try not to put it over the score line, and cut it level. So you've got one opening on the left and one opening on the right hand side. And once you've done that, you could just turn them. Once you've done those two, you're going to pop it down, face down in your pile. Next, you're picking up C, and you've got two score lines, one at the top and one at the bottom. This is your belly band, and you're going to put again on the right side. You're going to pop tape on the right side in the 1/2 inch area created by the score line. And you're going to just miter all 4 corners. So from the score line, just going to miter them in all 4 sides. And what that's going to do is it's going to stop you from seeing the folded piece sticking out. So it doesn't have to be a big miter. We're going to fold them in. Okay, so you can see there's my little mitered edge. Not massive, it's just a little miter. So this is piece number C, and I can pop it down. Next, we're doing D1. And again, we've got one score line on each one. We're just popping tape. We're not mitering these. We're leaving them flat. Reason being is we don't want to see that ugly little mitered edge, because otherwise it's going to look really weird. So you've got your 3 pieces taped up like so. And you can just fold them over. Those are your 3 pieces of D. You can pop those on your pile. E is a pocket. So we're going to do exactly what we did right in the beginning on piece, I think it would be B. We're taping on the 3 sides. And then we're going to miter the corners. So the open corner, and by open corner, I mean the side that the tags are going to pop into, this side. We're doing that small miter. And this one, I'm actually going to draw it in because I really struggle to see the white. So all I'm doing is just showing where the lines intersect. I don't know if this is going to help you at all. Okay, so you can either chop through the corner, the intersection like so, or if you have a miter jig, folding your hinges in. Okay, so that's your pocket, that's E. Done, Dennis?
I'm
E
done.
done?
I'm just thinking maybe I should get myself one of these miter jigs, Sandy. Clever invention.
E2. E2, we don't have to do anything to, so we can pop to the side. F, we just placing a double-sided tape in that half-inch section created by the score line. Again, we're creating a hinge, and we can fold it. So we're just folding it in, and then we're going to take it and fold it the other way. So we're going to have that idea. And once you've done your F, you can pop that to the side. Pick up your G, and you're popping tape in the half-inch section created by the score line on both. And we're folding. Okay, folding like so. There's your hinge, and we're doing that on both of them. So this is piece number D. The 2 of them. So just a little tip, when I do my cutting, normally I use a big guillotine and I set it to the side so that they are exactly the same, always the same width. I think I've been pretty accurate with my cutting. I'm not always great with my accuracy, so I'm quite proud of myself. Next, we're going on to H. And again, we're going to pop the double-sided tape. We're making a belly band. We're popping double-sided tape in the half-inch section created by the score line. You can choose which side of your craft you want to use. And because it's a belly band, right, you can't really see the tape too easily. We're going to do a small marker on all 4 sides. And once we've done that, we can fold it. There's our belly band ready. Pop it down. Picking up H2, we've got our little waterfalls that we're just going to put that 1/2 inch tape in the 1/2 inch section created by the score line. And then we're going to fold these little guys. That's H done, or H2 done. Pop it on our pile. We're nearly there. R1 and R2, sorry, R1, not R1 and R2, there are 2 R's. You are just going to place double-sided tape. And that 1/2 inch section created by the score line. And then fold. Fold and burnish. That's your R. And your last one is your J. So you're making a pocket again. So we're going to put tape all the way around the outside. And that 1/2 inch section will be created by the score line. I've got a creaky chair, I'm sorry. And as the cloth progresses, and as I sit in it longer and longer and longer, so it gets lower and lower, we're going to miter the corners. And then I'm just going to pick up my pen because I said to you I struggle with seeing on the white. And I'm just doing like a little cross so that I can see exactly where the lines intersect. Miter my jig, line them up.
Are the Martima jigs available on your website?
Yes, I do have them available. I do have them, yes.
Okay, what is your web address?
www.backyardscrappers.co.za.
Okay, cool.
So I've got I think I've only got version 1 on there, but I do have version 1 and 2, and I do have stock.
Awesome. I will be ordering one.
Awesome. Awesome. And we're done. We're ready to now start adding them. So we're going to add so long, and then we will cut all the packing paper, which we'll do next. And we're going to be marking that as we go. When you come to sticking your craft down, you can choose which side you like. I like the lighter side of the craft, but if you like the darker side, it's totally your choice. Is there a right and wrong side, Dennis?
So there actually is. It's quite interesting because I like the darker side, opposite to you. The darker side is actually the B side, not the correct side. The lighter side is the correct.
Is the correct side. You can see more of the texture, but it's up to you. If you like the darker side, stick the darker side so that it's upward. If you like the lighter side like I do, you stick it. Remember, it's your work of art, because it genuinely is a work of art. It's your work of art, so make it so that you love it. If I have done something, or if I've used a pattern paper here that you don't like, you prefer the other side, do it. Do it and make it yours. Make it. Don't be scared to change something up and make it like a little bit more personalized. So I'm just going to be lazy again, and I'm going to use glue. You'll notice this piece is probably going to cover the piece that was in your pack. I've taken it to 7 7/8, so it's a little bit bigger than what Dennis had. I still like to put the other piece down. Oh, in fact, no, it's not, Dennis. It's the same size as yours. Okay, I still like to have the extra there because it just strengthens, it strengthens stability to the album. So I'm going to do the front and the back cover at the same time. I'm just going to add both of them in. And these are just stuck flat. Just giving it a nice coat of glue. And then we're going to flip it back to the front of our album. And I love how the craft kind of pops off the white. It seems to pop off white and it pops off black. It's like really, really versatile to use. Next, we're going to add our pocket. So I'm going to show you quickly how I add mine. Again, I hate it when you've got like all these sticky things and you're trying to stick a pocket down and you've got sticky tape everywhere. So what I do is I open a little zip, and then I'm going to center it so that I've got a little bit of pretty much the same distance, equidistant all the way around. So now that it's stuck, I can go in and I can remove the release tape from here. It's not going to move. And that's my pocket stuck. Your A3. A3 are just your tags. If you want to, you can turn them the opposite way, so you can have the dark color now upward. It's totally up to you. I've turned mine so that the dark is up, because then it gives you a contrast between the light and the dark in your album. Okay. Next, we're adding B. And I don't know why I forgot to fold these. I'm just going to fold quickly and burnish.
Sandy, you must have not told us to fold it because mine aren't folded either.
Yeah, I don't think I did tell you to fold it. I think I just told you to stick it, which was a little bit silly. But anyway, I'm now going to get myself a little zip. And I'm going to start on the right-hand side. I find that if I start at the right-hand side and I line everything up on the right-hand side, the left-hand side I can kind of manipulate so it fits perfectly. So starting with the right-hand side, I'm just lining it up. Okay, so that's stuck. I've stuck this one. Now I want to line up my B so that it closes and it's level. We want this to be all nice and neat. Your eye is not going to notice a little piece sticking here, but it will notice if this is not level. So you want to make sure that your gatefolds are level and that they meet nicely in the middle. So you need to make sure that line is straight and that these lines are straight. And that's your page 1 assembled. Super duper easy. Next up, we're going to put up a C, which is our belly band. We're going to be adding our belly band. Now you've got options. You can either put it slightly to one side or you can put it like in the middle. I've put mine in the middle here. The only thing you will need to take into account though, if you do move it over, you'll have to change your cutting on your 2 mats. So I'm going to stick with it in the middle so you can see what I mean. Again, I'm opening up a little zip and I'm going to eyeball it. Just leveling it, making sure it's level, top and bottom. Removing that piece. And then I can remove the release paper from the bottom piece. Okay, all done. Super easy. D, we are not adding D into the album yet because we need to put our base page mat on, but we do need to join them together. So we're going to stack this so that we've got a big section for photos. We can put like 2 photos on here. I've made this quite big. So now what we're going to do is we're going to join them. All I'm going to do, creating a little zip. Joining them like so. There's my first one joined. I don't know if you saw that. Now I've got the other one is going to be added to the front. Remove my little zip. What I'm doing is I'm lining them up in my hand and I'm making sure they're level. Done and stuck. Just going to burnish this while it's out the album. The burnish, remember, burnish means just to like flatten it and fold it flat. So that's ready to go on page 3.
Sorry, Sandy, just show me where that was going again.
Okay, we're not sticking it down at all.
Okay.
We're leaving it because we're only going to add it once we've added our base page mat.
Okay, so it's
We're doing
opposite the belly
exactly,
band.
yeah. We're doing it goes straight after the belly band on the next page.
Okay.
We're doing the same thing with E 1 and 2. It's our side opening pocket, and if you have a look at our side opening pocket in our album, if you look in our album, you see we need a base page mat underneath it. So I'm just going to pop it there. If you want to, you can take these and just pin them in place so that you know that there's something going there. Use a paper clip. Okay. And then we're going to move on to page 5, which is F. And page 5, we're attaching on the right-hand side, on this side here. Again, I'm opening my little zip. lining it up. When I'm happy with the line, removing the tape. So now my page is going to open like so. And when we come and put
not
my
on
red,
the edge, hey Sandy, you've brought.
I've got it right on the edge.
Oh, is it right on the edge? Oh, is that your insert that I'm seeing there?
That my insert is just sticking out a little bit, yeah. Okay, so it's right on the edge, so you can open it out. It makes almost like a full page spread there. We're going to flip out onto page 6, turn over onto page 6, and we've got our top and bottom opening page. So it doesn't matter which one you start with. You're going to start with one. And you'll notice that there's enough space to have about 1/4 of an inch, about 5 mil on each side of these. And again, you're lining them up with the base, the edge of the elbow, and kind of eyeball it so that it is straight. Sorry, we've got the dogs now going dilly outside. Okay, so there's my bottom flap added. Now I'm going to add in my top flap, and I'm going to make sure that when I add my top flap, it's number one, doesn't stick this one down because it is quite long. So I'm going to kind of catch it like so. But I'm going to line it up with the bottom flap. Right, so it's making sure that it's level. And then also line it up with the top. So just make sure when you open it that you can open both your flaps. Because what happens sometimes is that we stick this one, gets stuck underneath the hinge there, and we don't want that to happen. Next up, we're going to attach our piece marked H, which is your large belly band. And this one I have popped to the side. So I'm going to do the same now. I'm going to line it up. Just want to make sure that, yeah, we're going to move it over quite a bit because the matte piece that I've given you is quite small. Okay, so we're just going to leave maybe 1/2 inch. Probably closer to 1/4 inch actually. Attach that. You could put a full page mat down, but it's a waste of paper really. Can't get the tape off. And then we're going to do our waterfall, which is our little H2. There are a couple of ways of doing a waterfall. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to measure about 1 inch from the bottom so that I can get the banner in on the top. Just using my ruler as a guide to help me. And I'm centering it. So first piece is down, so I've measured 1 inch up. And it's roughly 3/8 of an inch on either side. Just creating my little zip now to make it easy for myself. First one is down. I'm going to come in with this one directly over the top. and I can see that I haven't cut this terribly well. This one is about not even a mole, but it will annoy me. So while I'm busy, I'm going to just trim that little piece off. So always, while you're working, if there are any errors, correct them as you're going, because it's just going to annoy you otherwise. Much better fits. And you'll feel as you put your piece down, this hinge kind of hooks onto the top, so you know you level. Make sure they line up this way. And here's the next one. This one's also, it's like, it's not even a millimeter, it's like the minutest amount, but it will annoy me, so I would rather just bring in my little guillotine and chop it. Much better. Okay, and there's our little waterfall. Super easy.
Oh, I like it. Very cool.
Okay, and then flipping over, we're going to add our 2 pieces of eye. We're going to add them right on the left-hand side. First, the one, so we could either make the stacked waterfall or we could do it this way. I'm just going to trim this down. We can either stack them beforehand, or we can add one and then add the other on top. That'll take, needs to be trimmed. I mean, the ridiculous, that's what I'm cutting off. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it will annoy me, so I need to do it. And stack them. And what these are doing here, I've called it a stacked waterfall, but actually it's helping us create that little scene at the back. So I have 3 in mine, but we only actually need 2. Well, 3 in the original. And then the final piece of the puzzle is adding the pockets, which is going to be added to the back. And again, I'm going to position it so that it's equidistant around the outside edges, these 3 small edges. And if you want to, you can cut a little semicircle if you want. If you want to cut a little semicircle, I would mat it first and then cut the semicircle, because you never ever seem to line it up. And your base album is now complete, excepting 4 pages 3 and 4. Everything else should be stuck down. So just stop for one moment and admire your work. And basically, we have now finished to the end of this section on the notes where it says insert. If you have a look at my notes as well, I've given you a matting guide that you could use if you need to. But I've also given you on page, I think it's page 4, I've given you a cutting guide. And then on page 5, I've got it so that you kind of know what numbers are where. Right. So now comes the fun part. We're going to start with the matting. You're going to need your little numbers or a pencil, and you're going to need your paper pack. If you don't have page tab stickers or something, you can just use pencil. And I've tried to work systematically now with this section. If we go through here, we have already done the craft. So 1, 2, and 18, we've already done, and we've already put in our album. So we don't need to do that. We're going to work with the 2 sheets that we call Celebr8, which just happen to be the first 2 sheets. Right, so popping them in. We're going to cut off the barcode advertising strip. I just need the big arm of my trimmer out. And then I'm going to turn it so that the little bears are like so. And I'm going to cut it at the first cut is the deepest. We're going to cut it at 8 inches. And then we're going to turn it 90 degrees, and we're going to cut it at 8 inches. Keep your little pieces because we're going to use them. At the end of this album, you're going to have very little stuff left. Very, very, very little. Okay. You need your other piece that we marked. That's also Celebr8. And you need to cut your advertising strip. I don't think I cut that. I think I cut it just off. And the same again, we're going to cut this one to 8 inches by 8 inches. Okay, so we've got one of those and one of those. And if you want to, you can just mark these pieces, both these pieces 3. I'm just going to mark them in pencil. I'm going to show you where they're going.
What did you call them? Sorry, what are they marked as?
Number 3.
Number 3. Thank you.
Okay, there's one number 3. And there's the other number 3. So it's the front and back of your album. And you can pop those down next to you. Just don't get rid of these pieces. That's one piece. You can put these 2 to the side. Sorry, I'm just checking the right one. This little guy. Okay, so it's the offcut that you've just had now. We're going to be cutting this piece. So kind of, it's the whole piece going around your album almost. And this little piece we're cutting to 2 7/8. I'm going to turn it upside down so that I get that little creature in. And I'm cutting to 2 7/8. So 7/8 is that piece. There's 3. 7/8 is the one notch before it. And this one you're going to mark we'll call number 4. Just do it lightly in pencil. And then tick off as you go. So this is our spine, and you can put it on top of your pile. From your pile, okay, so we're still working with Celebr8. From your pile, you have a piece that will be roughly, we're going to chop it down slightly, but we're cutting a 7 3/8. So you can choose from one of these that's got the banners on, front or back. You're going to cut it to 7 3/8. So just to get you to the right spot, 7.5, it's 1 notch back. So I'm cutting this off this time so that I don't have an edge. Cutting it to 7 3/8. And then I'm going to turn it and I'm going to trim it down to 3 7/8. So why these measurements are so precise is that to match your pocket would have been 4 inches. You've got to take that little bit off just to give you the mat. So this one we're going to call piece number 5, and it's 7 3/8 by 3 7/8, and we can pop that on our pile. Next, we are going to cut for the stacked waterfall. So I just want to show you quickly where I've put it. For the stacked waterfall, sorry, here it is here. I've used an offcut as well, but your banners are going sideways. Whoops. So we're going to cut 6 7/8. So just before the 7, 6 7/8 by 3 7/8. Sorry, I think I've given you the wrong one. 6, yeah, 3 7/8. So give me the right one. My eye jumped for a moment, and we're calling this piece number 15. So it's 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. Then because I cut my piece slightly differently, I think I'm missing one of the little dudes, but it's fine because we're going to now cut the pocket mat. Hold a sec, give me one moment. No, we're not. Okay, so we're going to just leave this piece for now. I tried my hardest when I was doing these notes. You will have the correct notes. I tried my hardest to get the right paper with the right thing. So this one is definitely should be the next piece. Okay, and then we're finishing it there. So these will be our offcuts. These little bits here will be offcuts that you can use later to pop into behind belly bands or to add photos to or photo mats. So just pop those to the side. Okay. Sorry, Dennis, I'm just correcting these as we go. Next one I want you to pick up is the 2 that are called special. It's the little otter and it's got the green background. Right. So my first one I'm going to pick up and I'm just going to cut it to 12 inches. Keeping the barcode strip at the top. And this is going to be page 3, base mat. So I want this little dude to be in my mat. Okay, so I'm going to cut it to 7 3/8 Remember, my pages are 7.5 by 7.5. So I'm going to cut this to 7 3/8, turn it 90 degrees, and cut it 7 3/8 again. So that I get this little guy in it. And we're going to call this piece number 11. And we're going to pop it on our pile. That piece that we just cut off, this piece, okay? We're going to cut a piece from there that measures 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. We're going to use the green side. I love this green side. So 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. And we're going to call this piece, I'm just going to write on the back, number 12. So it's 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. And we're calling it number 12. Okay. Then we also need to cut for our pocket mat, which is page, sorry, I'm just checking myself as I go. Okay, sorry, Dennis, apologies, lady. We're going to cut a piece that we're going to add onto page 5, and we're going to just cut a little sliver. We're going to cut it to 1 7/8. Just a little sliver to 1 7/8, and we actually need 2 of these. So I'm just going to see if we can work it a better way. 1 7/8 by 7 3/8. Sorry, little bunny. 1 7/8. We're cutting 2 of these because we're going to add it on. Okay, 1 7/8 by 7 3/8, and we're cutting 2 of those, and we're going to call these pieces number 20. Again, you can write on the back of them.
Sorry, what number were those?
With number 20, there were 2 were number 20, and then we're going on to next.
And are we using them on the green side or the?
We're using them on the green side. We're using them to make up a little bit of space.
Thanks.
Okay. I spent hours and hours and hours putting these together to get them so that the orders were 100% correct. And then when you come to do it, it's like, oh my goodness, it's so hard. Okay, so the next piece we're cutting is, we're also going to be using the green side. 35. So we just want to cut. I'm going to cut the barcode off. Okay. And then to make my life easier and so that I don't cut anything incorrectly, I'm actually just going to cut this piece off at the bottom because I want this little otter for the back page. So I'm cutting it to 5 inches by 12 inches. And this piece will be number 35. Just write it somewhere in pencil because you're going to see both sides. It's 5 inches by 12 inches. And you can put that on your pile. We're going to go through this whole pile and put them into order. And then the last cut that we're going to do from this one, we're going to cut this. We're going to be using the green side. We're going to cut it down to 6 and 7/8. So you're just taking a little sliver off, like that much. And then we're going to divide it in half and make 2 6-inch pieces. And these you're going to call number 25. So just write on the backs of both of them. 25. Okay. Next up, we are using birthday, which is the little rabbit. And this is where, remember, I said to you I need to put a number 17 has to come in here. Right. We've got birthday, so we're going to top off at 12 inches. We're taking our barcode strip off. These little bits that we have here, these are like pretty much what's left. Don't throw them out because you're going to use little bits and pieces. So just pop them to the side. Yeah, we're going to land up having very little left of this paper pack. Right. We are going to do page 8. I think it's page 8. No, it's not page 8. Is it page 8? No. Is it page 8? Sorry, Dennis, I just want to check. Yes, it is page 8. Okay, so we're going to do page 8 base mat. So we are cutting this to 7 3/8. Plus 7 3/8. And we want to keep this little dude in the photo, in our cutting. And we're going to call this little one number 6. I'm just writing on the front because we're going to use this side, but we can rub it off. Okay. Then the next one we're going to cut in a back cover. We're going to take this piece and we need to cut a piece that's 6 3/8. We want to include this little dude. So keep him near the top, 6 3/8 by 3 7/8. And we're calling this little piece number 17. Then we're going to grab our other sheet. Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm looking where I've used the other blue one. Okay, sorry about that, ladies, but yeah, just threw me for 1 second. We're going to pick up the other piece marked birthday. And I can see why, really, because it's exactly cutting the exact same thing. So again, we want to include the same little bunny. If you want something different, you can use something different. I've used them on the inside of page 1. So you can use it differently, then you need to cut accordingly. But I'm still going to use him because I really think he's super cute. And we're going to cut this 7 3/8. 7 3/8. So we got two pieces that look pretty much the same. One we've marked 6 and one we're marking 30. And you can put that down in your pile.
Sorry, Sandy, one we're marking 6 and the other one?
We're marking 30, 30.
Thank you.
Okay. Then our offcut, we've got this little offcut here, which should, if I'm correct, it's already 7 3/8. And it's already 4 and pretty much 4 5/8. It's around 4 5/8, 4 3/4. We're not going to cut it down at all. We're just going to turn that one over. This is the best cut. We're going to call it 33. Okay, so we're just marking it as it is, as we cut it. We're calling it 33. We've now finished with the blue, and we can pop those to the side. Next up, we're going to be working with anniversary, which is the little animals on one side and it's the craft on the other side. We're just going to cut the barcode strip off. And you'll see I've just gathered all mine at the top. And we're going to cut one is going to be a base page. So we're cutting it to 7 3/8 by 7 3/8. Those of you who like patterns, you'll notice the number pattern. So like all our base pages pretty much are 7 3/8 by 7 3/8. And we're going to call this one 22. Then we are going to cut pieces 27 and 28, which we're going to cut together. So the piece that was left over, I'm cutting to 7 3/8. And then I'm going to cut one piece to 1 3/8. And the other piece, I'm just going to leave, I'm not going to cut it at all. And it should be roughly 3 1/4. It might be slightly over. Okay. So I took the leftover piece, cut it to 1 7/8, and I've just left the balance, which is roughly 3 1/4. I cut them down to 7 3/8, and I'm going to mark the thin one. I'm going to mark 23. Dennis, please give me one moment again. Okay, so you're marking the bigger one. You're going to mark, so that's 3 1/4 by 7 3/8. You're marking at 27, and the 1 3/8 by 7 3/8. You're marking 28. And you can pop those on your pile. You got some little pieces left over. You can just pop those to the side. And we're going to pick up our second sheet. And again, we're going to cut off the advertising strip. And we're going to be working. It doesn't really matter which side you cut, but it probably would be easier if you cut it to, it's piece number 23, 6 7/8. So you're going to cut it to 6 7/8, and then you're going to turn them 90 degrees and you're going to cut it in half. So 6 7/8, and you've got 2 pieces, and you're going to mark those as 23. And you've got 2 of them. Okay. Keep your leftovers because I'm sure they'll be going somewhere. Right. Next up, we're working with New Year, which is the yellow dot and the stripe. And we're going to cut the advertising strip, the barcode strip off. Pop those to the side. And I've done it in yellow, and the yellow is not the greatest color that I should have done it in, especially not at night. Okay, and we're going to cut a strip. I'm going to show you where it's going to go. We're cutting these 2 strips. Okay. So we're going to cut it to 7. We're going to cut it with the stripe going this way, the way I've got it on my board. We're going to cut a strip to 7 3/8. Then we are going to turn it, and we are going to cut 2 at 3 5/8. So 3 5/8 is just after the half. So going that way, 2 at 3 5/8. And we're going to call these pieces number 7. And you can draw right on the back of these on the stripy side because we're using the dot. Alrighty. And then I'm going to, from the offcut piece, I'm going to cut 2 pieces that are going to measure 2 3/8. Pretty matches the whole piece that you've got. And we're going to call these pieces number 9. Just pop the number somewhere where you can rub it out. Okay. And then we are going to do the inside flaps. I just want to check how big this is. So I'm going to pick up the second piece. Bring off the advertising strip. And I'm going to cut again to 7 3/8. And I'm going to cut 1 at 2 7/8. And I'm going to call this piece number 10. I'm going to cut another one to 1 3/4. So it's 1 3/4 by 7 3/8, and I'm calling this piece number 32. I'm going to cut one little piece. I just want to see, yeah, Just going to cut this piece as the last piece, not quite the last piece. I'm going to cut it to 3.5 inches by 5 1/8. Calling this piece number 8. I'm actually cutting 2 of these little guys. So 5 1/8 by 3.5. And we're going to mark them both number 8. And then with my offcuts, I'm going to use these offcuts here to decorate my insert. So we're going to cut a strip to 6 7/8. And then I'm just going to cut it down to 4.5 inches. And then I'm going to cut it to 3 inches and to 1.5 inches. So far I've got 3 of these little guys. And I'm going to cut another 1.5 inch strip. Cutting it to 6 7/8. So basically, I've got 4 little strips that I'm going to add on my insert. And we're going to call these pieces 34.
Sandy, are those 4 all the exact same size?
They are all the same size. They're all 1.5 inches by 6 7/8 of an inch.
Okay, something went wrong on my cutting here. This last piece of yellow, are we going to use that?
No, well, we'll use bits and pieces off of it.
Okay.
If you've got this little bit left, we can put on the back of the. There is enough to do the backs as well.
Okay.
But I thought we had changed it up. We've got some other paper that we can use as well. So keep these offcuts. Don't throw any of them because we'll use those as we decorate. We're nearly there, Dennis. I promise. I think I was trying to sort out and make it the easier for the ladies to do it so that the pages were all in order. But I'm not sure if it is the easiest way. This page here, congratulations. This one you're just going to cut and use in amongst your pockets, in your pockets. So I'm going to leave that for now. I'm not going to do that one, but we are going to do the last one, which is the best wishes. The best wishes, you're cutting off your barcode strip. And we're going to cut a base page. So we do a 7 3/8 by 7 3/8. And we're calling this one 16. Okay, so our first one is 7 3/8. 3/8 by 7 3/8. So it's just a base page mat. It's going on page 4. You can join that to the pile. Your leftover piece. So we've just cut this one off here. Your piece that's left over, you're not even going to cut it. You're just going to turn it over and put 19 on the back. Okay. So we've done 16 and we've done 19. I'm just marking them off as we go. Then we need a concertina mat. So I'll show you where it is. It's the little page. Let me get it out. We're doing this piece. So it's the red side. So this piece that's left over, you're going to cut to 7 3/8. Like so. And we're going to turn it and cut it to 3 7/8. And we're going to call this one 21. So it's 3 7/8 by 7 3/8. And this is piece number 21. We need our next piece. We're going to remove sorry, there's just so many pieces that we need to cut. It gets a bit difficult every now and again. We're going to cut a little 3/4 piece, 3/4 inch strip off the edge. So I'm just going to cut mine to 11. If I cut it at 11 1/4, it will give me the 3/4 of an inch strip that I need. Okay, so I'm cutting it at 11 3/4 to give me a 3/4 inch strip. I'm going to cut 2 of those. So my first one I've cut at 11 1/4. The second one I'm going to cut at 10 1/2. Okay, so I've got these 2 little strips that look like that. And we're going to cut those to 6 7/8. These 2 little teeny weeny pieces. We're going to call these 2 24. 24. We're going to pop them on our pile. Okay. Next up, we're going to cut a piece. So we want, if we have a look at this, this is 10 1/2 inches going across. We want a piece that is 6 inches by 10 1/2 inches. We're going to call that 29. Okay, and then we're going to cut the balance to 5 1/4 inches by 6 inches. So this is my 6 inches. I'm cutting them to 5 1/4. So it's 2 at 5 1/4 inches. Basically, you just cut them in half, and we're going to call those 26. Maybe just write on both. And we pretty much have cut everything, I hope. That was straightforward.
You did well.
We
Sandi.
shouldn't need our guillotines anymore. But now what we're going to do is we're just going to quickly, are we going to do Juliet method and sand the edges, or are we just going to stick them?
or whichever you think will look better.
It looks nice with them sanded, but it's going to
Yes.
take us a while because we got a lot of pieces. Have we
Yes.
got time to sand?
Well, look, if the ladies want to sand, they can always pause the video and do their sanding
Okay.
and then rejoin. Yeah.
Exactly. So they know how to sand because they watched Juliet's classes. What we need to do now, we need to put these in order. We have pieces ranging from number 1 all the way up to, I think it's 35. So if we just take your pieces and pop them in order, in numeric order, I'll give you a few moments to do that. Just remember, some of them you've got 2 pieces, some you've only got 1, 16, 19. This is going to be a nightmare. 34. You need to have a big place to spread out. 32 and number 9. Number 7. Number 7. Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Number 23. Number 23. 21. 24. 26. 26. 28. 27. Okay. 26. 23. 22, 21. 32, 33, 34. 13. 17. Okay, 16. 17. Have you done yours already, Dennis?
No, but I have a very big work surface, so I've kind of just spread them all out.
Oh, just okay. My work surface is ridiculously small.
No, mine's about 2.4 meters. Well, you've seen the center island here.
I've seen it.
So I'm just
I've
going to
seen
look at
it.
what
I'm
you're
very
picking up and
jealous.
find it.
16, 17. There's a 30. Mine is very small. 17, 20. I need a sorting table. Like Harry Potter has a sorting hat, I need a sorting table. 6, 12, 11. Shouldn't be too long now, sorry. 15. Are there any other girls who can sympathize with me with having a small space to work in? 5, 4. Those go in the beginning. Okay, so I think I'm almost there. 11, 12. 16, 19, 15, 17, 20. Sorry, 30. I think that's got all my 30s in it. This is 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. I have a feeling I'm missing a piece or two. 25. Missing 24. There they are there. 24, 23, 22, 21. 20, 19. I'm missing 18, 17, 16, 15. I'm missing 14, 12, 13, 11. I'm going to get started anyway because I'm sure I have them all. Okay, let's get started with decorating. So if you would like to sand your edges, I have sanded it in the original. It does look really cool. Then I suggest you do your sanding, pause the video and sand all your pieces. I'm hoping that my cross-checking did work and that I've got all the pieces, because otherwise I'm going to be really sad. Okay. I'm taking out the piece of green. I'm not going to cut it at all. I'm just going to leave it whole. And what I am going to do is I'm going to use my ruler to find the center of the album. So I'm just putting a little mark, kind of 1/2 inch on either side. Quarter of an inch on either side of the center. So I can line up my ribbon. Also going to put it on the edge, on the spine. Then I'm going to take my 1/2 inch tape. Sorry, I should have done one here as well. Yeah, that should be fine. And I'm just going to pop 1/2 inch tape around the album. So I can stick my ribbon onto it. What I am going to do with my ribbon as well is I'm just going to trim it. I need decent width. If you want to, you can burn the end of your ribbon. Which will stop it from fraying. I do have a lighter here. But just if you burn the edges like so, it just stops it from fraying. I'm going to find the center. Definitely gone a little bit crooked here, but I'm not too stressed about that. I'm just going to make it straight. So I found the center of my ribbon, which I'm going to put on the center of the album. Okay, so I've done that. And then I'm going to pick up this little guy and I'm going to stick him down first. So I'm going to use my glue. Also use tape. Stick him down there. I'm going to glue this little one here. and then flip it over, and this one is going at the back. So you've got the entire image on your album. Then to that, I've added the happy birthday, which I'm not going to add on yet. We've added the happy birthday and we've raised it with some foam tape. Okay, so once we've done that, simply sticking those around, we'll come back and I'll show you how to do the foam tape. We are then going to pick up piece that you've marked number 5. And this is going on the front pocket. Okay, opening up, we've got the piece that we marked number 6. I want to use the little bunny image. I think is really cute, but you can also equally use the other side. Just make sure that you don't need to adjust your page at all. It should fit perfectly, and you're going to stick that over those hinges. You basically are hiding the attachment of those two, that gatefold page. Just going to pop that down. And this is piece number 6. I'm just rubbing my numbers out now that I can, if I can see them, I'm just getting rid of them. The 2 pieces that we marked number 7 are going on the gatefold, on the front of the gatefold. So you can just stick those. Sorry.
Sandy. I think we've lost.
Hello, Dennis, I'm back. Am I back? Sorry, my nephew was trying to phone, so I quickly stopped his call and it must have muted. I can't hear you because you're muted now.
Okay, so we lost quite a bit of the audio there, but I think we're following visually that you cut little.
Okay, I just punched out little circles just so that you can grab whatever's inside. And then I've just taped around the outside so that we can make a pocket. Okay, so we're working on the dotted side. And then I'm just placing them again. You'll see that there's a little bit of space around the edge. So I'm leaving the same space kind of all the way around. Now that we finished doing the cutting, which was terrifying, I'm feeling like I'm a little more relaxed. Right, so that's our page 1 with its maths and everything ready, good to go.
I think just give us a little bit of time here, Sandy,
I
just
will
to
do.
catch up. Do you mind just opening that page there? Thank you.
Okay, so we've done page 1 is all stuck and ready to go. We're going to move on to page 2. And for page 2, you've got pieces 9 and 10. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the stripes on 9, stripey side up, and we're going to just pop it inside. When we stick it down, we're going to put it just, literally just inside under the belly band when we stick it down, like so. And then we're going to pop the little yellow dot on the belly band. If you want it the other way around, you're welcome to change it up. So I'm going to continue the same way as I've got the album. So I'm putting the yellow dot, the belly band up. I love the yellow dot. It makes my heart happy. And then the stripy side, I'm going to glue and just pop it. It literally just fits under the belly band. And this is a good way of saving paper by not putting a whole mat. It just makes it a whole lot more confusing when you're cutting. Because normally you could just cut all your base papers, your base pages, your base page mats, and it would all be great. But because I was trying to save paper so that I could use bulk pack only, it does make it a little bit more tricky for cutting. Also, when you're sticking, just a little tip, when you're sticking stripe, okay, so I'm stuck stripes down here, just make sure that your edge of your, like your belly band, make sure your stripes line up. If they don't line up with the edge of your belly band, you're going to be cursing me. Because your eye's going to go, whoa, that's a little wobbly. Don't forget to rub out your pencil as you go. Okay. Can we move on to page 3? All right, so page 3, we've got the little otter. It's piece number 11. And I'm going to put my blue on the green side so that the little otter's up. Because he's so cute. And I'm going to paste that down. Just rubbing out my number 11. So possibly was missing a number 13 because I don't think there is one. We've now pasted that piece down. So that's piece number 11. We're now going to add our waterfall, our stacked waterfall. So it's not really a waterfall anymore because it's stacked. And we're going to pop that to one side. I popped it to the side so that I can see the little dude because he's really cute. Okay. We've got piece number 12, which we're going to stick on top. So this is the green one. And I don't know if you remember, I couldn't find piece number 13 because it was possibly because I didn't cut it. Because here it is sitting over here. Piece number 13 should have been remember. Remember we left this piece blank. So I'm just going to pop it in. Popping up. And I'm going to cut it quickly because this one is 6 7/8 by 3 7/8. And I do apologize. It's clearly there on the notes. I just didn't cut it. So 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. We've actually got 3 of these pieces. This is piece number 14. So we just don't seem to have a 13, and I'm not superstitious. In fact, 13 is my lucky number. I'm the 13th grandchild. We're putting that down. So on the second of the waterfall, and then on the third one, we're going to pop piece number 15. And it doesn't matter, you can do it whichever way you want, whichever way makes you happy. So I'm going to do it so that this crafty piece is around the outside. And I was talking to Dennis the other day about making mini albums and saying to him it probably takes a couple of hours to make the album, a couple of hours to add the mats, and then 55 years to add all the embellishments. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating just a touch. But this part is the quick part. This takes like no time at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. We're done. Let's flip over because we're going to be picking up piece number 16, which is our chevron, and we're going to add that. And then on top of that, we are going to add our little pockets. And when you add your little pockets, just line it up with the vertical lines. Piece number 17, I need to trim because I trimmed the pocket earlier, but didn't think to trim the mat. So if you just pop up your guillotine and your paper trimmer, we're just going to trim piece number 17 to 2 7/8 of an inch. So I'm not going to do it until you see it. I'm just taking an inch off the mat Your notes will be correct though, because I will have corrected them. You just come trimming it down to 2 7/8. Yeah, it's too big at the moment, currently too big. So I've just, it's piece number 17. I've taken it from 3 7/8 to 2 7/8. And then it will fit on your pocket. And what I really love about this this collection is that if you don't want to use the cutesy side, which is like super cute, the B side is like absolutely gorgeous as well. It's got all the little greens and the blue and the pinky, grapefruity pinky color. So there, it's like amazing. You can use either side and it's perfect. Okay, and then we're just going to slot those into our pocket. And then what I want you to do is I just want you to pop your album to the side because you need to work with these two little guys. These three. So again, this was another way to use the paper. I could use the paper like sort of creatively. Right. So I'm going to take these three pieces of paper. So it's pieces number 19 in the middle and 20 on either side. And if you remember in the beginning, we joined the outer covers. So we're going to join these together now. It just works better when you join them. You can get the edges so they're absolutely level. So I'm just cutting those two little pieces of tape. And just butt them up right next to each other. Oopsie, didn't get that one too far in. Okay, so I butted them up and I put those two little pieces of tape just to hold them in place. And then what I'm going to do, join them. And if I recall correctly, I did make it slightly bigger. Okay, so we're going to just trim them down now so that it fits, making sure that it fits correctly. I'm going to take off 1/2 inch. All right, so we're just going to cut. I don't want to get my big guillotine. So I'm just going to draw a little line there and a little line there. So basically I'm cutting off 1/2 inch off each side. Okay. Just made it a little bit easier. And then your page should now measure 6 3/8, 7 3/8 of an inch by 7 3/8 of an inch. And it should fit the gap perfectly. Okay. So then once we've done that little modification, we can remove the tape, a release tape. When I put my glue on, I always make sure now that I go over that tape so that it gives me a bit of wiggle room. Because otherwise it's going to stick. And just make sure you get your chevron the right way. My chevron is going downwards, so I want this side to go down as well. Okay, then we're going to pick up piece number 21 and we're going to pop it over here. It's going to be next to it. So 21, you're using the plain side. And we just, for now, we're going to leave the inside because we're going to come back and use some of our old cut to do the other pieces. So it was just that we got this perfect. We have got leftovers. We'll come over and we'll use those in a bit. Okay, so we've got pieces marked 22, 2 23s and 2 24s that we're going to be working with. Just before you pop your glue down, just make sure that your base page is fit, that you don't need to adjust them at all. Okay, so this is piece number 22, which is going on my base page. I've checked mine and it works. Okay, and then we can either do the same with these and join them so they touch, or for a little bit of something different, we can even leave the teeniest piece of white in between. So I'm going to change it up slightly on this one, and I'm going to stick these are pieces number 23 and 24. I'm just going to paste these. And I'm purposefully leaving a little like gap, like a little white. So I've done that one. And then I'm going to do this one exactly the same. Okay, so next I'm picking up the 2 pieces marked 25, and I'm just going to pop them together. You don't have to do this if you don't want. And I'm just going to cut a little bit of a circle out, just so that the goodies that are in there can be pulled out easily. And then I'm turning onto the back of them, and I'm using my 1/4 inch tape, my 6mm tape, to go right close to the edge to create simple pockets. And if you want to use the other side of the paper, you're welcome to use the other side. Like I said, if you want to use the little bunny, just switch it up. And once you've done that, you can attach them. So you want to attach them towards the left-hand side. And then your pieces marked 26 are just going to fit inside. You pop in one at the top and one at the bottom. Sorry, my chair's getting lower and lower and lower just now before on the floor. All right, so you pop those inside. I think you can see. And these are just mats that can go in here that you can add photos to. They can go either way. They can either fit in portrait or landscape. Okay, we're going to be working on 27, 28, and 29. Now I'm just been trying mine here, and they're a little bit tight. So I'm just trimming, literally trimming a little bit off the edge. If yours fits, then leave it at what you've cut it. If it's a little bit tight, just trim that teeny bit off, because these are going in again behind the belly band. So we're going to pop, you're just checking that they fit. Right, that's better. This one is going to come in on this side. All right, I'm happy with that. Glue. Stick that down. Pop it in underneath. Love how the little kitty's eye sticks out there. And also, if you open up here, it kind of matches. The two pages match. It's really cute. Okay, and we're ready to go on to the last page, page 8. We have got our piece marked 30 that we're going to pop down first. And I'm just going to clean off where I've written page 30 on it. And then we're going to pick up our fussy cutting elements, these big ones. And we're going to take this little dude. Okay, so this one. And all I'm going to do is just turn it upside down, like so. And if I can find my pencil, I'm going to pop a little mark there and a little mark there. Okay, and that's where I'm going to glue. But I don't want to be seeing this. So what I need you to do is look for a piece of offcut. I used a piece of craft, but I'm at this moment in time too scared to use anything in case I need it. So I'm going to use this little yellow dot, which is not going to work. So I am going to use this piece of craft. Okay, so where I put that mark, I'm just going to glue on the bigger side. And I'm going to paste this. It's going to be quite hard to cut. I'm just going to fussy cut. I'm so scared to be cutting these cute little images. But I'm just going to very quickly fussy cut. If you don't want to use these images, you could also just equally use a leftover piece of cardstock that you have at home, like a piece of white cardstock. Or a leftover piece of craft. One would think I like fussy cutting. Don't really. Okay, so you can pause it while you do your fussy cutting. So I remember what I did. I marked it. And now it's going to fit in. We're going to stick it down so it's just stuck where the craft has not been put. Okay, so gluing it up so it's well glued. Then I'm just going to whoopsie. The little tail is just over the edge. It's not the end of the world. You can either sort of fold it over. Okay. So at least now when you look at the back, you've got space that you could put a little photo or you could write a little story. And then we're also going to add Mama and Papa Bear. So they're kind of sitting behind. When you open up, you've got the little story. So you're going to do the same again. You're going to mark where we need to put the piece of strengthening, especially with this balloon. I'm just checking and I do have sufficient paper. So I'm just going to add a bit of glue. This one shouldn't take as long to do, much quicker and easier. Trying my knife to see if it's easier. No, easier just to cut. Ideally, I would have liked to have done this earlier, but couldn't be done earlier. So we're going to layer this little layer. This one's going to come in here. So that it makes a little collage. Sure, at this rate, Dennis is correcting me. I did forget to show you where piece number it's piece number 29 went. I rubbed off the 29 and I actually forgot to show you. You need your scoreboard. And this is the only one I think that we're scoring. Pieces there staring at me. We're just going to score at 7 on the 10.5 inch side and just quickly fold it up. Sorry, I forgot to show you earlier.
Just repeat those measurements, please.
This is piece number 29. It's 6 inches by 10.5 inches. It needs to go on page 7. And we're just scoring at 7 on the 10.5. It just pops in there like so. And don't worry which way your chevron goes. It can go either way. It's not really, it doesn't matter whether you've got it going long ways or the other way. It's just going to be an extra little piece that you can pull out and pop photos on. Sorry, it's sitting staring at me and I forgot to tell you where it went. I'm sure there's somebody going, you haven't told us where it went. Right, we're getting on to 33 and 34, which is our back pockets. So I've got the blue slide up. And I'm just going to stick this down. And then I'm going to add piece 32 next to it, which is the little yellow dot. Which I'm going to leave on this one. I'm going to leave a teeny weeny little space next to them. And you can choose one of your pieces to come in next to the yellow dot. I've used the red, which I haven't fussy cut. So I'm just quickly doing it. So I don't know how you do yours, but I just cut all one way first, and then I turn and cut the other way. Okay, done all my little dudes. And I'm just going to pop it in next to the yellow. And again, if you wanted green there, rather, you can do green. Right, so we're picking up piece number 35, which is like our 10 ultimate pieces, because we've only got 34 left, which we're going to stick on our insert. So those are just going to be little strips on our insert. And on this one, we're scoring at 4 inches and 8 inches. 4 inches and 8 inches on the 12-inch side. And then we're just going to concertina fold. Just going to concertina fold. And if you want to, you really want to, you can just trim. There's a little bit of extra. Just trim that away. Here's our page is going to open like so. We're going to work on the back. Pin it sideways so it opens like that. We're just going to find the center, which is 2.5 inches. And onto that, I'm going to pop a piece of double-sided tape so that I have, and I'm going to add some of this ribbon. So you're just going to measure yourself enough ribbon that you can tie a little bow. So it's probably about 20 inches. Got my inch side of my scoreboard up, so I'm cutting it to 20 inches. I'm going to pick up that lighter again and just well, obviously it's cotton. And then remove that piece of tape. Fold the ribbon in half. We're just going to tie a little bow and then we're going to stick it on the back. I'm just gathering all my little bits together because these we're going to use as inserts, so they're not going to go to waste. I'm also looking for all my little strips that I've got because I can use those on the insert. I've got a couple of green strips. I've also got a bit of blue. Got some pink. Okay, so I'm just popping those to the side for now. And then I'm going to flip all the way back to the beginning. And I'm going to add a little strip. So you can either have it on the side or you can have it on that side. And I've also added some other little bits and pieces on the inserts. And we're going to do that on all of them. I'm just going to add a little strip. So the one side is yellow, the yellow dot. My glue is coming to an end, I think. I'm going to have to switch over. It's absolutely pouring with rain here, Dennis.
The whole country is having rain except us.
You never get rain.
We never get rain here. Perfect place to come on holiday, though.
If you don't want
Good
rain.
weather. Who wants rain on holiday?
I'm just trying to find my fourth insert. Okay, I've lost it. Oh, it's in there already. That's why. No. 1, 2, 3. I definitely put them in, so I've lost an insert somewhere along the line. Lost one of my inserts. That's crazy. Okay, I've lost an insert. I had it earlier and I definitely put it in here, so who knows? Okay, so those are my inserts done. I'm just going to pop those to the side. And basically our base album is finished.
Very cool, Sandy.
So we got our album done. Do you want to continue and do decorating now, or do you want me to just make you a small, oh, well done.
Aha.
Or do you want me to make you a video on how I did the shading and stuff? A separate one?
On what, the chipboard?
Yeah. Or are you happy for the ladies? They pretty much know what to do. I can take just detailed photos.
Yeah, otherwise just let's walk through your completed album.
Okay, so basically what I did do is I took this and I divided it. And the dream big, I love the little mouse there, but I like the dream big. So I actually cut that, I fussy cut that and I used it. So let's just go through. This album is going to be ever so slightly different. Okay. So first things first, on the front, I added the congratulations. And then I just used, I think it's a 1.5 mil. You get different sizes of foam tape. I added foam tape underneath the happy birthday. And then inside, I'll do detailed photos of each page so you can see. I used the fun from the acetate sheet, and I've used one of the fussy cutting elements, but I also added behind it, I've added a few extra gifts just to add a bit more information or extra bits. Then there's just the straightforward. Then from these, I've used all the leftover pieces. So anything that was left over, I pretty much have used. I've done some stitching around the outside. I used a bit of the ribbon that was left, and I stapled it on. And then the back, I've also used a little bit, like bits and pieces that were left with the words dreams come true. This one here only had one balloon. I've added in 2 extra balloons. I've used the circle. So the circle is like the top, just to show you another way of using the circles. And I've also used a bit of the chevron over here. Then on the chipboard, I used the 5 different colors, sorry. And then I've just put a little bit of diamond stickle over the top. So they're the 5 colors I've used: aspen, mist, wheat, straw, thatch straw, pink grapefruit, and sage. And I have included those in the notes. The left party, I used the sage and I used the aspen mist, and I just kind of rubbed over them so they weren't too bright. And again, I fussy cut the little elements. There are 2 little elements, and this little chick, I didn't stick it down properly so that it can actually fold in. Then opening up, I've added some gifts and the bunny and one of the little domes. And I added so much fun next to the little chevrons. Then on the pull-out, on the insert, I just added the 3rd little banners as a pull with a word. I didn't do anything on the back of them. Then I took all my leftover pieces and I found one of each of kind of the main colors to match my nails. Found one of each, and I've just trimmed them to create little pieces to go behind the inserts, which have got all the 5 colors. And then I've used one of the little cutter parts or journaling cards there. The hip hip hooray, I used a combination of the thatch and the sage, and then just kind of the straw, the thatch straw. So what did I say? The sage, the wheat, and the thatch straw. And then I put the stickles in the middle of them. And again, I added all the little fussy cut elements. And then I will be adding a little bit of stencil work to the back of each of these. And I've added some words. This one, the green page, I've added the little girl and Precious and the little green banner, flag, whatever. Added the cheers. I've also added a bit of stickles. You'll see that they're shiny because I put stickles, a little bit of stickles. Didn't want to waste anything because it was also cute. Don't be scared to cut your little creatures down. And again, I've got the journaling cards, cutter parts, whatever you want to call them. Still not sure what the right word is. The woohoo over here, I've also added stickles, and I've used a bit of acetate and the rocking horse, and I've just added a little bit of stickles onto their manes and tails. And then the happy birthday and the celebrate, I used the pink grapefruit. I took a strip of my leftovers. My pile of leftovers at the moment is that big. By the time you finish, your pile of leftovers should be like minimal. What I did on this as well is I put little white dots using a white gel pen, and then I put stickles over the top. So I did pretty similar on both of those. Added the banner and the let's party and more of the acetate. So we've got acetate and acetate there. Added a little banner on the side so that you can see it. the little mouth. Then these banners, I just measured them, so I put them down, measured where to cut, and I've used the these little guys, but I've put plain on the back of them because otherwise I've just used a bit of plain paper or card that I had left over. And I've also cut little strips to fill in between them. So the blue's got the blue, the green's got the green, the red's got the red. And I added a little space for a photo. Onto this guy, I've again added the little gifts behind him and him. Then here I've added the word fun. I've added the banner as well. So the banners, and then because the banner had nice paper behind it, or didn't have the front of the paper pack, I've left that, but it probably would be a good idea to strengthen it. Okay, and then I've just dotted a little bit of stickles around to make it a little bit brighter. I've left out that page altogether, but if you want to add the third one, you would just use a piece of offcut on and cut a third piece of paper, the same as the other two. Okay, so you've seen that one, and this one you've seen. I've fussy cut the happy birthdays. I've popped the little balloons next to it, and I've also added the little presents along the bottom. So the presents and the balloons just on top of these with a word and a word there. So yeah, like I said to you earlier, many albums don't take long to make. They actually take quite a short time, relatively short time. Matting the album takes another week, and then decorating takes about 2 years. So yeah, have fun and enjoy it.
Sandy, this is really, really cool. Yep, still got a lot of work ahead of us, but this we can probably manage on our own. Thank you for a really awesome album. We're really happy how this has turned out. It's my first one that I've actually decorated. I had to make a few of these up when we made the album blank, so it's quite cool now to see it with the collection.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think my video has frozen.
Is your video?
I don't know if you can
it looks
tell
like
me.
it.
Yeah, I was trying to switch over camera. My video is just frozen. It says, "Oh gosh, it's late."
Well, they can look at my ugly face as we say goodnight and goodbye. Obviously, it's later here now than what this is airing. But Sandy, thank you. Thank you for
It's
your
a
time, your
pleasure,
efforts.
Dennis.
You can see how much passion has gone into the stunning album. Thank you. And thank you to everybody at home that joined us for this class. It's been...
I can't even say goodbye to you because it's telling me that there's a problem with Zoom and it's going to exit it.
Oh,
so
no.
thanks for joining us, ladies. And
Yep.
I hope you get to make beautiful albums, and you have as much fun making them as I had designing and playing with it, because it's good fun. It's really therapeutic. So I hope you all have loads of fun and you produce beautiful albums. And remember, they don't have to be design. I always love it when you take the album, take what we've done, and put a bit of a spin on your own on it. So don't be scared to do your own thing as well.
True. Sandy, thank you. I'll let you go to bed, and hopefully we'll have another mini album class in the future. Hint, hint.
Hint, hint.
Hint, hint.
You'll have to perfect the cutting guard.
We'll get there with time. Cool. Okay, Sandy, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody at home, and we'll catch you guys next month with another collection.
Thanks, Dennis.
Cool.
Take care.
Cheers.
Chat soon.
Bye.
Bye.